Hello, hello, hello. Alright. I think this is all working. Just double check. Alright, yeah. This is working. So let's go ahead and get started. Cool, cool, cool. Some Dragon Ball Z music going here. Let's turn that down just a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. All right. We should be able to get the camera up and going here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Alrighty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, today what I want to do is work on some artwork for a new Broken Bread stream that I want to do. So Broken Bread is my film production company YouTube channel, and it is my film production company, but then it's also, I have a YouTube channel for it, and the link for that channel is down in the description of this video if you want to check it out. And yeah, so I did some artwork for a new stream that I wanted to do on there recently, and pull up the, yeah, everything is running properly. So yeah, I wanted to do a new type of stream on there, which was kind of like a commentary slash reaction slash filmmaker, like watch along for different films. And so if you've watched my last making artwork or creating artwork stream, if you watched any of that stuff, then you would have seen the artwork we made for that, which was sort of based on this old historic movie theater kind of concept, and we came up with that, and that turned out really good, which I was really happy with that. And then I got to do the first of those streams where I watched David Cronenberg's first short film that he directed, which is called Transfer. So if you're a David Cronenberg fan, I definitely recommend checking that out. And then at the end of those streams, where we're kind of like watching a film and doing commentary and talking about it, watching back through it as I was talking about it with the sound off, and that was kind of reminding me of different moments and giving me different things to kind of touch back on. That was really fun, and I want to keep doing that series. But one of the things that I wanted to do with that series, and that I think has been really like a fun idea to keep kind of mulling over, is after watching the film, is finding different games that have like some sort of, make sure this is lined up properly. Yep. Am I in the right place? Yep. So finding different games that have a different kind of connection of in some way, whether it's in theme or in content or in style or something to the film that we just watched. So, that was a fun one with Transfer because I couldn't really think of, any games that kind of matched up with it initially. That one was a little challenging because I was doing that film as like a first time watch, so I didn't really know too much about it. So what we ended up playing was a Nintendo 64 game called Snowboard Kids. And the sort of justification for that was that, the setting for Transfer is in this kind of snowy tundra, field somewhere in, wintry Canada. And, my sort of joke was that David Cronenberg was basically a child when he directed that film. So, pair snow and kids, and I guess you get snowboard kids. So yeah, we did a race or two. I think maybe just a race in Snowboard Kids. I had never played that game. It's kind of fun and kind of interesting little game. But so today, what I want to do is come up with some new artwork for some different games and or some new stream ideas, and have that be a new stream idea that I want to do on the Broken Bread channel, which again, as I mentioned, is linked down in the description of this video and this stream. But the idea is kind of based around, sort of similar to the first half of this stream in some ways, is that I think it's very challenging for a lot of people to find the motivation or the sort of drive to work on something, even if they're really excited about it. And I've heard a lot of people express that they really have trouble writing, especially in the case of myself as a filmmaker. I think they have trouble writing from the standpoint of like screenwriting, like screenplay writing and writing scripts and stuff like that. And I feel very fortunate that that's not something that I really struggle with. And so in that sense, and whether I struggled with it or not, the idea for the stream is to do sort of like a let's work together, let's study together, let's write a screenplay together, sort of stream. And I've noticed that this is a type of stream that is picking up more steam on YouTube, and I think it's kind of a cool idea because I think it allows people, if they're working from home or they're working from maybe a less ideal location for them to be working on something, then it allows them to almost have this window into this other place where they can almost have like a study partner or a work partner or whatever. And I know a lot of people have expressed that they really enjoy working in the same rooms as other people. And I know for myself, when I've worked on projects in the past, like when I've worked on films, like in pre-production on our last film, I definitely felt as though I got quite a bit more done, or I felt the motivation to get more stuff done. Like when my first assistant director was sitting next to me versus if I was just sitting by myself. So, she would be there working on something, and then I'd be working on something, and if she had questions about something, hopefully I could answer that question. Or if I had an idea and we, if I thought that there would be, trouble sort of solving it. That's a case, obviously we were working on the same project, but even in the case of not working on the same project as someone, when I was doing a big, game jam, big game design, sort of competition a couple years back, I set up at a workstation, and, my good friend, Jake was set up at the workstation next to me, and, just us we weren't working on the same game. I think he was making a game solo and I was on a team, but it was really cool to be able to like work together, sort of side by side and have that, just kind of feeding off of that energy. So all that's to say is this stream is kind of playing into that idea, and because I think it could help people, but also for the selfish reason of I think it would be a nice motivating factor for myself. I don't have trouble when I have forced myself to take the time to write. I don't have trouble actually doing the writing itself, again, which I feel very fortunate about and feel very grateful that that is the case. But I do think it is the moments of dedicating that time and giving that sort of scheduling that time. Make sure the sound levels are good. Yeah, good. That I think are the kind of more challenging. So I think having a stream that sort of, creates that and sort of forces that a little bit, I think is like a cool potential idea for that. And I would imagine a lot of the people that do these study with me streams or let's work together kind of streams, on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, probably, I would imagine a lot of them would say that it helps give them some accountability to then actually to work, on that stream. So, I think it'd be a fun thing to do, a fun thing to try. I don't think it'll be something that I'll do a ton of, but I do think it would be a fun thing to do a few times, especially with a feature film screenplay that I've been working on for a couple months. I think it'd be a fun way to kind of finish out a couple of sessions of working on that. I probably won't do every single writing session on that screenplay on stream, but I would imagine that I would do a few of them. So if I did 8 or 10 more sessions writing the rest of that screenplay, probably do 2 or 3 of them on a stream. So yeah, I think this will be a fun thing to do. I think the coolest, best place to start is let's head over to the old Firefox and pop open a Google image search for. Is somebody emailing me? Okay, interesting. Getting email notifications for... That's funny. I'm getting email notifications from my own server for messages that I posted on my own server on Discord. I don't know why it thinks that I need to know about something that I've done on on Discord, but apparently it does think that I need to know that. So, let's see. So for the previous stream, I did a previous stream artwork that I created. I used like a old, I keep wanting to say antique because I have the word ancient in my mind, which that will come up later. But historic was the word that I was looking for. I used a historic movie theater, so maybe like a historic library would be like a cool setting to like work on this stuff. So historic library images, and then I think it's good. Whoa, these are some really cool pictures. But we're gonna sort by large pictures here. Wow, these are really wild spaces. I saw wow, what an incredible place. Beautiful libraries around the world. Every book lover should visit. Wow, what a fucking insane place. And And are these actual statues embedded in these little alcoves up here? Wow. So I saw a one of these types of streams that I mentioned, and it was the host or the sort of person streaming it was actually working in sort of an old timey sort of historic library, and I think this is the Philadelphia Free Library here actually, but that gave me sort of the idea for this. So yeah, let me look. Is this? That's got to be the Philadelphia Free Library, right? Yeah, the layout seems the same, and I've definitely checked out. I didn't actually check out, take out any books. Yeah, Philadelphia Free Library here, but definitely pulled a lot of books down off of the shelf to investigate some artwork. Actually, I was in there because I wanted to get some inspiration for some ideas for a game design competition, and I was going through a bunch of the Fisher Fine Arts Library. That's in Philadelphia? Yeah, that's on Penn's campus. Oh, I didn't realize that was a library. Interesting. I've never been in that building. It's really pretty though. Yeah, really beautiful building. If you're ever in Philadelphia, I highly recommend. If you're in West Philly, walk through Penn's campus. They have some beautiful historic buildings like this, and just this insanely kind of elaborate structure, but all almost entirely made of brick is really, really cool. But yeah, I'll have to check that out sometime. But yeah, this is the Philadelphia Free Public Library. Also in Philadelphia, if you couldn't guess. San Francisco Public Library. Cool. So one thing with my setup here currently for streaming is I don't have a way to have chat up on a second monitor, just the way this whole thing is kind of put together. So I'm gonna periodically just kind of pop this up to see if folks are saying anything in chat. So I apologize if that is distracting. We'll just have to deal with it. This is an interesting. It looks like it's Washington D.C., right? The Finite Rare Book and Manuscript Library. Oh, it's in Yale's campus. No, okay, so that's a different building than the one I'm thinking of. It sort of reminds me of this one building, Washington D.C., Massachusetts Avenue. Oh, that's cool. It actually highlights the street. That's the circle. Yeah, I wonder if it's reminding me of this one building in Washington, D.C. I think they call this whole section of Massachusetts Avenue like Embassy Row, as you can sort of see here. It got like embassy after embassy. But I think it's maybe the Brazilian embassy. I'm trying to think here. So this is DuPont Circle, and you kind of come out of DuPont. I think it's right after you cross the bridge. So yeah, it might actually be right here where this thing plopped us down. Let me see. It's been so long since I've been in any of these areas. There's one embassy. Yeah, I believe it's this one here that just stands out so much from the rest. Yeah, and it is the Brazilian embassy. Wow, I can't believe I remembered that. But there's something about this type of structure where it's sort of smaller on the bottom than on the top that I always thought was really cool. And I think maybe it was something about how this kind of has a similar type of feeling. But then there's also something about this kind of design here, which gives me very Washington, D.C. vibes. Maybe it's like Washington, D.C. subway, metro, interior. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Washington, D.C. like subway interiors. As you can see, it has this sort of strange grid-like shape. So maybe I'm kind of combining these two things in my head. If this subway station and this building had a baby, it would be this this rare book and manuscript library on the Yale University campus. And this is cool because it says here the imaginative interior features a 6-story glass enclosed tower of book stacks containing 180,000 volumes. The stacks are constructed of translucent marble panels that filter and refract natural light, allowing the books to be viewed without exposing them to the damages of direct sunlight. Yeah, so that's cool. So you are getting some tiny bit of natural light, I guess, coming through the marble walls, but oh, and that's cool. You can sort of see in the top picture that the light from below is kind of coming up as well. So the light from under here is kind of bouncing up. That also gives me a little bit of like Hirshhorn museum vibes. I think just again with the sort of smaller on the bottom than it is on the top kind of vibes. Yeah, the Hirshhorn has like, I mean, from the outside, you know, you kind of get this look where it all seems kind of cohesive, but then the underneath side of it actually has like an open kind of, you know, it doesn't fully connect all the way to the ground, all the way around. It has this kind of more sort of open, most of the way around. It's held up by these different sort of arched, little mini structures isn't the right word, but then you enter through this glass kind of space and then go up. You know, you can see the escalators there. You go up into the museum, but that's a really beautiful and interesting building. But again, maybe it's kind of that it has this grid on the inside. I was remembering that as being on the outside. So yeah, another child in the family tree of all these buildings. So I'm getting distracted because there's lots of cool things to look at. So yeah, I want to kind of find something. I liked with the previous one, it almost looked like we were up, you know, the shot of the, the word I'm looking for, the shot of the, what is this? Not what I want to listen to. I want to listen to, huh. Sorry about that. I'm not really sure what happened there. Just all of a sudden went off on some random thing that was not my playlist, so I apologize. Hit this button, and then we'll hit this button. So yeah, hopefully it stays it stays on our playlist this time. We'll try and keep a little bit better eye on it. Yeah, the previous one with like the movie theater was one where like You know, it almost looked like we were sitting in like the last row in the top balcony, like looking down at the screen, so you could see all the seats in the balcony, and then you could see, you know, some of the seats below, and then you could see the movie theater screen. I kind of liked that feeling. It kind of gave a little bit of the sense that you were sitting there in the theater, so I think it'd be kind of cool with this one to kind of have a similar type of feeling, if possible. So, you know, like something like this is kind of cool because it gives a little bit of the feeling that you're, you know, that you're actually in this space, right? It kind of gives this feeling like, you know, I'm not quite sitting at the table, but I feel like I'm almost kind of standing in this space looking at it, which is cool. This is cool. Sonic Shop. Make sure YouTube is happy with everything we're doing. Yeah. Make sure OBS is happy. Yep. We've dropped a couple of frames, but overall it seems to be happy. And oh, we went back to the Hirsch one. We didn't want that. You know, something kind of like this would be cool, except for it's, I don't really like the look of the space. I'd like it to be a little bit more, you know, that's kind of cool. It's tough with buildings like this where the ceiling, you know, or the roof or whatever is so freaking high, because if I crop this image to actually fit on like a 16:9 display, you know, like you're viewing this 16:9, then it's going to, we're either only going to get the ceiling or we're only going to get the bottom part. And if it's just the bottom, it's not really that interesting to look at. This image becomes interesting when you see the whole thing. You know, whereas something like this is kind of cool because, you know, it's, oh, this is cool. Mercantile Library, downtown Cincinnati. Yeah, something like this is cool because you get visual interest, you know, all through the frame. But yeah, I'm kind of looking at some of these images down here. These almost kind of give the feeling and the effect of almost like being in the space. These two images together. Well, first things first, let's open this image, and then we'll save it here into, we'll just save it right into pictures. Actually, let's just save it right under the desktop. And then, what is this, Dress Park? No, it is Earthworm Jim. Make sure everything's running properly. Yep. Yeah. So, I want to check one thing out first. Oops. Cool. Seems to be working as far as I can tell. I think if I just checking out my stream, make sure it's running, make sure it's not totally exploded and crashed and shit the bed. Alright, so we can close that. So, yeah, I think something like this could be cool. Check out this. 1600 by 900. Yeah, that one could work, potentially. Open image in new tab. Oh yeah, that one's kind of cool. Be fun to kind of mess around with colors of that one. Oh, I see those are like magazine, newspaper rack, holding those in place. Yeah, it's kind of a cool image, interesting setting. No hurt in saving it. And then the other one was, oops, the other one was this one. That was pretty small. Oh yeah, very small. What is this called? Mercantile Library, Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's search for that. What? Yeah, because if there's another picture sort of similar to this one, that would be cool. Mercantile Library, Cincinnati. What? Do that. Do images. Do tools. Size large. Yeah, and I kind of like the ones without the people in them. What does this one look like? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. Wonder if you could almost warp the image a little bit so it feels as though you're kind of sitting at that table a little bit more. Yeah, it could be an interesting thing to try. Alright, let's save that one. Mission Impossible for the NES. A truly impossible game, as far as I remember. I think it says that it is 4600 by 3400. Open image in new tab. Is not here. Whoa. Is here. It's kind of cool. I like how we're getting some sort of kind of blooming on the light. Kind of gives a nice feel to it. And I could almost imagine cropping this such that it feels a little bit more like we're in this space or sort of sitting at these chairs. So yeah, let's try this one. This one, yeah. Save image. Yeah, this one's cool. That was this one. Oh, this is cool. Oh, that's got a really cool kind of feel to it, doesn't it? Different. Okay, so this is Somebody's taken a trip here and traveled, or gone around and taken pictures and stuff. This is the one I was interested in. Not as much. Not as much as I thought. Go ahead and... But good pictures nonetheless. Alright, give me 1 sec. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Just needed to blow my nose. And now I'm back. So I had mentioned that I really... Well, I first have to mention how much I love the song. Kirby's Dream Course has such fantastic music. So yeah, I had mentioned before that in one of these pictures I really liked the bloom of all the lights. I believe it was this picture here. But now I'm seeing another picture, this one here, where, just make sure this is working properly, yep. Seeing another picture here where the lights are a little bit better balanced. I'd love if there was like a... Yeah, if this picture was like better aspect ratio, because it's 1920 but only by 810 instead of by 1080, so you can see that it's kind of squished, almost like a you know, what would be now known in like a modern parlance as like a UHD or like a ultra widescreen kind of format, or like a oh yeah, so here's one. Oh yeah, oh, that might even actually be the exact same picture, just yeah, I think it is actually. Because yeah, you see this one guy all the way back here. Yeah, so it's the same exact picture, just not cropped. So that's exactly what we want. Let's save the image to the desktop. What is this song? I like it. Fumi Ningen Arawaru, which could mean really anything. Let's find out. A visual novel game. Main character is a science teacher with a weak constitution. From what I vaguely remember about this, things I've seen from this game is that it's pretty wild. We got some good tunes. Whoa! Got a high-kicking young woman thrashing the ever-loving shit out of some robot people. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is a PC 98 game, which would have been the PC 9800 series. And just the number of colors that these systems were able to produce really created such a density of or you know, these images with such dense information and what's the word I'm looking for? Just so much information in one single image, so much more than other systems at that time. And so it's always cool to see old like stills from especially old PC 98 games or X68000 games like the Sharp computers. They didn't, when they would use just static images, but because they could display so much stuff on screen, it was really, really cool. More Kirby music, never a bad thing. Never a bad thing. I think the volume can come up just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I really like this image a lot. And the one thing I would probably want to do with this image is just paint this guy out of it. But other than that, this one's kind of cool as well. It may be fun to kind of mess around with like the light coming out of the windows being like a different color outside. That might be fun, and sort of the lights overhead being kind of a different color. Definitely something fun to play around with. So yeah, let's save this image. I must have already saved it, but just to be sure, we'll just save another one. And yeah, let's go ahead and open those into, yeah, it looks like I did save more than one. Let's go ahead and open those into whatever this thing is called, GIMP. Yeah, this one's cool, but it's doesn't really achieve what I'm looking to achieve. Convert. Yeah, convert. Yeah, there's something about kind of like working on these types of things where I just kind of feel like I'm drawn to, I kind of just want to work on whatever one I'm drawn to the most. I really like the lighting in this one, just the time of day. The way that the light is coming into the room feels really nice. Doesn't feel too harsh. But at the same time, even though this one is a bit more harsh, there's something about the perspective of this one that's kind of fun. Yeah, first things first I would want to do would be to do like a image, scale the image canvas size to the 1920 by 1080 size. Then that would leave us with that much space to work with, and then sort of scale this layer percent-wise down to like say 50%. Oops. There. And sort of see what we're left with. Make sure this isn't too loud. Doesn't seem too loud. We'll turn it down just a little bit these days. It's cool though. This is what? Terminator 2, the arcade game. P2 arcade game. Sega Genesis. Alright, so let's zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like in the vibe of this a little bit. Kind of like the idea. So I scaled it 50%. We layer, we scale it like 60%. What does that look like? Kind of lose some of this stuff over here, which is kind of cool. And then if we try to include the whole statue, yeah, we lose quite a bit of that. So yeah, 50% might be good. Try and split the difference and say 54. I know that's not actually splitting the difference, but yeah, it doesn't as much like we're kind of in the room. Scale the layer to go 51%. Yeah, that feels pretty good. You can still get the statue in there. I kind of like the idea of that it would almost feel as though you're, like if you were sitting at like a taller table and you kind of like looked out over the space, like what would be the actual kind of eye line that you would catch, kind of what I would want to go for. Does that feel right? Yeah, if you're kind of there and you like look up, I feel like it'd be a little higher. It's kind of like that. Or like that, and you look up. Yeah, that feels fairly natural. Yeah. It's not like you were necessarily be sitting at like this lower table here, but almost at like a slightly higher, not quite like bar top, but a little bit higher than that table there. You kind of look out over the space. Yeah, I like that. You know, you would look out. Yeah, that feels right to me. That feels pretty natural. Maybe move it just a millimeter that way. Yeah, that feels good. And it's good framing too, I think, for like thumbnails as well. That's the other thing I want to mess around with. Obviously with doing streams and stuff, you gotta make thumbnails and stuff, so the it's working here. Anything that works in the stream but then also works as a thumbnail is great. So turn that down a little bit. Oops. Turn down over here. Excuse me. 1 second again. I guess there's a couple of different ways. Excuse me. There's a couple of different ways that we could potentially do something with these windows. There's sort of keeping it as is, but maybe shifting the color. So using like a mask on each of the windows and then sort of tinting the color. But then what also would maybe be kind of cool is creating a mask rather than having to maybe necessarily create a really finely drawn mask over every single window space. Is maybe have more of just like a loose mask that goes over kind of like this, covers like everywhere where the windows are, and then have have the white that's kind of shining through naturally be a mask, and then put something kind of behind it. A different kind of image would be sort of cool. I don't know what that image would be necessarily, though. Oh, heck yeah. And TMNT for the Sega Genesis. Gotta love some TMNT. Just drag another one in here. Oops, what? Oh, I guess I still had them all selected back there, so it brought all of them in. Just not necessarily what I wanted, but that's okay. Let's just turn these off. What if we just copy everything and then what have I done? Not select an item where a floating selection is active. Anchor the floating layer. Is that what we want? Yeah, okay, so now it's attached to the mask. Anything that's white right, so it's actually the opposite, so edit layer map. I think what I did is I actually made it so that the mask is darker stuff is transparent. Okay, let's try. This is the easiest way to test, I think. Gradient tool, black to white. That's actually kind of cool. It's kind of got this like otherworldly sort of vibe to it. They're from the same space, so they share similar kind of qualities, but it's cool how it's almost like blending together but not blending together. I kind of like that. don't want to do that. Rip this thing out and break it. Let's not do that. Tuck it in there. Yeah, so white is fully transparent, and then black is not. And oh, is that right? No, that doesn't seem right. I do kind of like this though. It's kind of got an interesting vibe, but it is showing on the mask here that black was our starting color. So black being fully transparent and then white being fully opaque, which means what we need to do is we need to duplicate this layer. We need to delete this mask. We need to hide this. We need to add a layer mask. And then we need white is full opacity. Yeah, fully opaque. Okay, that makes sense. Black is full trans. What's the difference? Yeah, I'm very confused by that. Then it just made everything black. Which made it fully transparent. Huh. I mean, I guess one potential way yeah, what would be the best way to do this? Mega Man tunes are a little loud. Alright, they're okay for coming through on the stream. Yeah, because what I would want is that the white of the windows is fully transparent. So whatever's the most white would be the most transparent. But currently it's whatever's the most black is the most transparent, as we can see by this. How do we add a layer mask? Initialize layer mask to white, full opacity. Layers alpha channel. I don't think that's what we want. Selection, which is going to be everything. grayscale copy of the layer. That's interesting. So then what if in the layer mask, we took our tools, colors, we invert. Then now it's showing through on the windows, which means that in theory, we could, we want everything else to be opaque, right? So to make it opaque, it would need to be white. We would take this tool, we would use white, and then if we went in and we said, don't show this stuff, don't show this, it would only show the stuff from that layer. That's kind of cool. All right, let's back that up. Grab our handy dandy, whatever the frick this is, mini USB maybe, or some sort of proprietary USB cable. And this goes to our little friend, the Wacom tablet. Get our little pen here. And then, all right, so let's hide this for a moment, this for a moment. Oops. Let's duplicate this layer one more time. Let's delete the layer mask. I just want to see the image. So the initial idea is, now that we have a layer mask that only is showing black, as we can see here on the windows. So everything, because we've inverted the image, it's a grayscale of the layer. So it's a grayscale of this picture. But we've inverted it so everything that's white is black, and vice versa. Everything that's showing through the windows is a more everything that's white that's showing through the windows has become black, which is then allowing the image to kind of show through, which is what's allowing the blackest parts of the image here to see through. We're getting almost full transparency on the windows, and then, yeah, basically full transparency here on the windows. So what I wanted to look at was, so is that the only thing that we want to be able to see through, is is through those windows. I think so. I think that makes the most sense. So we would only really want to be able to see through the windows. Yeah. Alright, so let's try it. So pick this image. And then so white gives us full opacity on the layer mask. So on the layer mask we want white now to be drawn with this brush. So yeah, that's going to allow that to come through. Is there a better way to do this? We can't add another layer mask, right? Let's do this. Apply layer mask. Delete layer mask. Yeah, it's not an option, is it? It just can't have another. I guess you could have another layer mask if you added this layer mask. Yeah, let's just try it. Fun tunes here. More PC 98 music, Dungeon RPG, Cool Dun Dun Dungeon. Very cool. Look up some. I'll find any images of that. Alright, so let's start first with a nice big stroke here. Get rid of all this stuff. Bow, bow, bow. All right. Might be a little bit tedious, but what's the least tedious way to do this? Bow, 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 bow. I guess the goal is to get what's outside to be the only part that's kind of transparent. Not necessarily the windows themselves, or the window frames. Man, I love this music. Whoop! This is Jurassic Park for the SNES. So much fun. Is that outside? I can't really tell. I guess we could check this image to see. No, it doesn't really look like that's some part of the inside of the window. What's this? Oh, we'll just leave it there. Oh yeah, we also want the little curtain. Come on. Come on. Why? We're not on the right layer, that's why. Curtain. Little curtain hanging here. Oops. Kind of like the idea that there would be something coming through the window. Not not like coming through the window, but that it would be something we could see through the window, and then there would almost be like word I'm looking for, like whatever the color, the primary color of that thing would be, or would feel the best, then that could inform the kind of color space of the rest of the image. So almost imagining that if the light from outside is something pink, then sort of the general color space of everything inside would have a kind of pink tint or hue to it, almost as if the thing outside was kind of illuminating everything inside. So, you know, because that's how it actually would be in the real image, you know, everything, all the light coming from the outside is informing the color space of everything inside. So, yeah, we're gonna put this, oops, put this guy's sweater, even though we don't really want him in here. We'll deal with him later. So far, so good. You know, once you get in a groove, just go relatively quickly. This is music from Zezex. Never really knew what to call this game, to be honest. This is a game that I played quite a bit as a kid and absolutely just befuddled me. You know, I just could not get past certain parts of it, and I think one of the things that drew me back to this game so much was the fact that it had like a password system, and the password system RoboCop 3 for the Mega Drive, Sega Genesis. Lots of good Sega music today. Fit in nicely with what we're doing later. Yeah, so the password system for that game, Zezex, yeah, I think it had something where, you know, if you would beat a level, it would give you a password, but it wasn't just, you know, the same password every single time you beat that level. It would also, the password, because it would be this string of, I don't even remember how many, maybe 12 characters or something, it would take into account how much health you had or how much ammo you had, and because I think it also needed to take into account, you know, how many of the other bosses you beat, but I think it would also take into account how many lives you had. And so I remember I was, you know, felt constantly drawn back to the game because it was one of the few games where my dad had taken a scrap piece of paper. I remember it so distinctly as this envelope from a piece of mail that he got. You know, one of those types of envelopes, probably kind of like this one, where it has, you know, the paper, but then it also has this kind of plastic part in the front. And we had used that as a scrap. You know, he had taken the mail out of it, tossed it into the trash or the recycling bin. And then when we needed a piece of scrap paper to write down the, maybe we don't. Okay, that's fine. Well, the light's right there. We know that. we can always touch this stuff, right? Easier to touch up than it is to make it perfect the first time. So, you know, he had fished out this piece of paper, you know, otherwise trash, from the trash can, and then that's what we wrote the passwords down on. I think, you know, he wrote the first few that we got, and then I wrote oh, okay, I see there's a curtain right down here. And then I wrote a few of the passwords after that. And so I think I was drawn back to this game because, you know, as far as I remember, it was the only game that we had on the NES where we actually had passwords for it, you know, and it was one of the few games that used a password system. And so in the little black, you know, the cartridge would slide into a little black sleeve, you know, that came with every game. And, you know, we folded up the envelope, the piece of scrap paper, our now password sheet, and shoved it down in the side of that game. And so whenever I would go to play a game, very often I would be drawn to that game because I go like, oh, it feels like we already have, you know, progress in this game. I would put in passwords. I would very often put in, you know, the same passwords because I felt like they were further along in the game, but I do believe they had, you know, unfortunately kind of some negative consequences with the passwords because some of them were, in fact, you know, save games, so to speak, where we had less lives or less health or whatever. And so I would, you know, keep trying at the same spots, but I had, you know, kind of set myself up for, you know, for a harder time by using passwords where the save state was in fact, you know, not as good as it might have been in some other cases. So, you know, that's something I know people have kind of joked about, and I've heard them talk about, like on the Crate and Crowbar podcast, for example, where, you know, it's like or was it Crate and Crowbar? No, I think it was the Eggplant podcast. I think they were talking about you know, playing games on like an emulator, for example, and spamming the save state button only to then put yourself in a really bad position of a save state where you actually made your life worse because you hit the save state right before you're about to die or get hit by a really hard enemy, and then now you every single time you reload that save, boom, you're now getting hit by that enemy, and then boom, you know, you reload it, get hit by it, reload it, get hit by it, and you know, you try to load it and quickly get yourself out of that situation, but you know, maybe it's too late. Maybe you've already sort of permanently screwed yourself and you have to go back to a previous save or whatever, or just deal with the consequences. So, you know, I kind of felt as though playing that game, Zizix or whatever you want to call it, was in some ways kind of that type of scenario, because you keep jumping back into the same level with the same, you know, crappy setup that I had, you know, left myself with without kind of realizing it. And because, you know, I was a little kid, I didn't really know any better. So, yeah, I let my friend Jimmy borrow that game, and he, I think he might have ended up eventually beating it, but yeah, I always had a tough time with it. I did go back and actually, you know, on a similar kind of note in a similar thread, play that game years later on an emulator, and was able to actually use save states and get a bit further in it. But man, that game is still really, really brutal. The levels themselves aren't that technically hard, challenging to beat, but they are challenging to beat because there's a lot of sort of secret paths and stuff that you need to take to be able to actually get to the ends of certain levels. And, that element of it, I remember being difficult. And then, the bosses themselves were incredibly challenging. So, there'd be these, it almost kind of had like a Mega Man feel. It's funny that it took me so long to ever really realize that, but yeah, this kind of Mega Man feel. Let me move it a little bit. Oops. What is this? Bija. Deck 68,000. But yeah, you'd get these sort of somewhat challenging levels, again, like not really too technically hard to get past. And, not something that after a few tries you wouldn't be able to figure out, but then the boss fights were really, really tough, and, they'd almost put you up against, it was almost platformer type levels, but then the boss battles, instead of being in the platformer style, would be almost more like shmup boss battles, where you would then become this small character on the screen. I think you would become smaller, and then you'd fight this huge boss that was, take up half or 3/4 of the screen, and it would fly around and, appear behind you, and you couldn't even shoot behind you, and you'd have to wait until it could get in front of you and find its weak spot. And yeah, I remember them being really, really challenging, difficult bosses to defeat, and I never had much luck. But yeah, maybe one of these days I'll go back and actually beat that game. Use the save states to my advantage. Oh yeah, Sonic pinball music. Make sure our levels are good. Yeah, pretty good. Get myself a little bit more centered in the camera here. Is that better? Yeah, that's probably better. And yeah, one of the ways I've been liking to play games with save states, that's another thing they were talking about on that Eggplant podcast, Eggplant show, or whatever it's called, and is that they were kind of talking about, do you like to use save states? If so, when, and all this kind of stuff. And when I first kind of came into contact with emulators years and years and years ago, I would, I loved the idea of save states, and I still do. I think it's like a really cool thing that you're able to do now. But I would always play kind of, what's the best way to put it? I would play really, almost like cheaply using the save states. I would just, spam the save state button at any time I got to a safe spot in the level, and walk 5 feet and spam the save state button again, and then walk 5 more feet and spam the button again, and just keep doing that over and over again until you beat the level, and then eventually beat the world, and then beat the entire game. But then as time has gone on, and I play games now, it's almost more like I want a save state to almost play in the same way of like leaving the console on overnight and kind of giving you the ability to save. You know, that's how you would save a lot of old games back in the day before, you know, you could save every game. You know, it was back in like in the Atari days, you know, no game saved basically, as far as I remember. At least not any of the games that we had, I think. And then when we got the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the you know, very few games saved. I think Legend of Zelda was the only game that we had that saved, and that's cool watching that reveal. Yeah, and I think that was the only game that we had that saved. And then, you know, because it had a little watch battery inside the cartridge that could allow you to save the game. And then, you know, a lot more Super Nintendo games and stuff like that had save features inside of them. I believe that, you know, Super Metroid for Super Nintendo could save, and then obviously Zelda again could save, and a few other games, but basically it was like if you wanted to keep playing a game and not always start back over from the same spot, you would save. You know, you would leave the console on overnight and come back to it. You know, find a place where you could pause and then come back to it. And that's how I tried to get through the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game for the NES so many times, was just leaving the console on for hours and hours and hours. We had a little TV set up in the corner of the basement at an old desk that I think was in my stepdad's office, and check the levels here. A little loud. Turn it down a little bit. And so yeah, we would you know, I would play that game for, you know, I don't know. I mean, in a little kid's mind, you know, time moves at a much different rate. So I could have been, as far as I know, only playing for 30 minutes and get to a part where I could pause the game, and then yeah, I would be asked to come up for dinner or, you know, finish my homework or something, and then I would leave the console on, and sometimes all the way overnight, and we would do that with The Legend of Zelda as well, but I don't remember why we did that, because my knowledge that game saved. Maybe we'd be like halfway through a dungeon or something, and it, you know, I think it would only let you save after you completed a dungeon. And, you know, we really struggled to get through some of those dungeons. That game was brutally hard as I can remember it. And so yeah, you know, that's a place where we would use kind of that system, or I think I was really the only person that played that original Ninja Turtles game on the NES, that first one. And yeah, so, you know, sort of leave it in that state and come back to it. So, yeah, the you know, all this is to talk about emulators and save states. Like the way that I like to use save states now, if I'm playing a game on Let's just do it this way. Fill it in and then clean it up. On like the, what do you call that? Like the Nintendo Switch Online service. That's, that would be a place where I would want to, save, my progress in a game. And so rather than spamming the save states, I try not to spam the save states in most of the games. Instead, try to just almost treat it as though, like, what if this game had a modern save system? There would be, a save after every level kind of thing. And so that's how I kind of try to treat the save systems now if I'm playing, Kirby's Dream World. I think that's the NES Kirby thing. Whenever I beat a level, get to the end, get to that little, bonus screen, and then go back to the overworld, then I'll save it there. And so, whenever I pick it up next time, then I'll start back at the overworld. And, if I beat that level, then beat it and, hit the save state button. If not, just leave it. And, I know that's kind of a little cheap in a sense because I'm not saving it when I lose a life. I'm only saving it when I progress. But, that seems like kind of a generally fun way to do it, and creates like a little bit more fun in the game because it almost each level becomes like a little word I'm looking for. Almost becomes like a little roguelike in a sense, where I have to get through it in that one life, and that's what allows me to progress. And if not, then back to the beginning of the level. A long discussion about save states and password systems and modern saving versus not saving. A lot to talk about there. But yeah, it kind of gives me a cool idea for a game where, a lot of games are doing sort of a rogue-like formula now. It's a very popular formula. Quite a few modern games have popularized it, and more games are kind of messing around with it, or kind of toying with that formula. It kind of gives me an idea of a game like I was going to say it kind of gives me the idea of a game like Kirby or Mario World, where every level is a roguelike. But I guess that's kind of what every level is like in those games, where if in Super Mario World you complete the level, then you're able to move to the next level, and if you don't, then you start again. I mean, that game plays with a little bit shorter levels. If we use Super Mario World as the example, plays with shorter levels, but a lot of them have checkpoints and things like that, whereas if you die, you can start from the checkpoint. But it would be kind of cool to sort of mess around with that formula a little bit and say, okay, what if every level in Super Mario World was not as challenging as, say, a full run of Spelunky, but pretty damn near close, as close as that. And so to really progress through the game, you would have to almost complete like a full run of Spelunky, so to speak. to go to the next level. It's kind of a cool idea. It's almost like you could make a Spelunky mod that has like a Super Mario World style overworld map that kind of where every single time you complete the level, then it you move to the next square on the overworld map, and then we don't need to do all that with tiny little brush stroke. But then when you complete that run, so let's say you basically complete a run of Spelunky, which is, complete. How many levels are in a run of Spelunky? 4, 8, 12, 16? Something like that. And then beat a boss. Then you would be able to move to the next square on the overworld map. That's kind of a cool thing to think about, because it makes you almost imagine, what if there wasn't a boss? What if it was just, levels that were essentially as long as, the 20 to 40 minute Spelunky run each, and you kind of had infinite tries to do it. Because in Spelunky, you really do. Every single time you start a run, it's like you get one shot, and if you don't do it, all right, no problem. You die and you start again from scratch. And I'd want to almost look at Hades, because I never played Hades, but I wonder, does Hades do stuff kind of like this? Is this Hades? Is this a statue of Hades? No. I know that it's not. I was just being silly. But yeah, it's kind of a cool thing to think about, because, I think one of the things that's lost a little bit, I don't want to say in terms of difficulty, but in sort of some of the modernization of games, especially, platformers and stuff like that, is the ones that still hold on to like lives and kind of what do lives mean. I think the way Super Mario World did it, if I remember correctly, is they basically, you had a number of lives. I think you could get up to 99, and if those lives ran out, you would go back to the start of that world, whatever world you were in. So there was like, 6 or 7 different worlds in that game. And then if you ran out of lives, then it would wipe your progress in all the levels in that particular world. And each world had like, 5 to 8 levels in it. And then you would have to do it all again, hopefully building your lives back up, and being able to take the knowledge that you gained and apply that to your next run through. So a game kind of like the one that we're hypothesizing here, brainstorming, it would mess with a little bit of that, in the sense that you would get some knowledge about the types of levels that were coming up but it wouldn't necessarily give you the exact, you know, if you still wanted to play around with the randomization of Spelunky, so to speak, it wouldn't necessarily give you the exact level layouts. You know, what Spelunky gives you, Spelunky 1 and 2, and Spelunky Classic, is they give you knowledge. You know, I've talked about this with a lot of people, and it's one of my favorite things about Spelunky is it doesn't teach you the levels, but it gives you the knowledge of the game's systems. You know, it teaches you, okay, what are these types of enemies and what are they going to do when they see me, or they touch me, or they, you know, come into contact with me, or whatever it might be. I love this song. So good. This is Duff McWhalen stage. Oceanographic Museum. Mega Man X5. Oh my god. I didn't even know there was an X5. I didn't even know it went up that high. Turn it up just a little bit over for you. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, such a good song. No. But yeah, so Spelunky teaches you the systems of those, of the game. You know, it gives you deeper understanding of the systems of the game, the deeper you get into it. But it also gives you a deeper understanding of the mechanics of the game, and you know how they play off of different elements in the game, you know, different enemies, different attack patterns of enemies, different scenarios, different parts of the level. You know, thinking of like you know, something like a you know, the ice levels, like, you know, what happens with the ice? Can I melt the ice? You know, oh, if I melt the ice, some of the ice cubes have, you know, cavemen in them that will just pop out. And I think, you know, in Spelunky 2, they're always dead, but in, you know, Spelunky 1 and Spelunky Classic, sometimes they'd still be alive and they'd start running around. You know, so you would just get these sort of very chaotic scenarios. And, you know, one of the ones that stood out to me a ton the first time I played Spelunky, must have been Spelunky Classic, now that I'm thinking about it, but it was a scenario where I think I had either tried to rob a shopkeeper, or there was a shopkeeper that was already agitated and upset, and as I went into their shop, I managed to sort of dodge them in such a way that they jumped and landed right in the mouth of one of those red piranha flower enemies. And I thought, well, perfect. Now's my time. I can just waltz right into the shop, and you know, they've been eaten, and they won't be any trouble to me anymore. And so, you know, as I'm perusing around the shop, you know, slowly kind of taking my time, shopping for whatever I want, or taking whatever I want. Probably more accurate way to put it. You know, the shopkeeper, I guess, not in fact dead in the stomach of this piranha flower, decides I'm going to use my shotgun to blast my way out of this piranha flower, which I didn't even know they could do, and you know, sprang forth and absolutely obliterated me with a few shotgun shots to my face, and I couldn't help but laugh. Just the fact that that was even possible, I thought was so fucking cool. But yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, you know, the game wasn't teaching me something about like, oh, you're always going to experience this in this level. It was more so teaching me, you know, this can happen. And so if you see an armed shopkeeper eaten by a piranha flower, don't necessarily take that as you are now safe and he is now being run through the digestive tract of a piranha flower. He might, in fact, or they, we actually don't know the gender of the shopkeepers, do we? But they, in fact, might blast their way out with the shotgun if they have one in hand. So yeah, I just love that kind of stuff. So it's cool to think about. It's cool to think about, like, what would a game like Super Mario World kind of be like? What if every world of the game was in fact just one level, and every level was just all of the levels of that world strung one after the other, and to beat that world you would have to beat every single level, and otherwise it would send you back to the beginning of that world. So it would almost be as though you were playing the game with one life, you know, every single time. It's basically, yeah, permadeath Super Mario World is kind of a fun, I mean, not permadeath in the sense that, you know, you would start the entire game over, but that you would start the whole world over. But I like that idea that it, and I like the idea that it could potentially be a little bit more Spelunky-esque in the sense that each time, you know, the levels could be slightly randomized, and what you would be learning is the mechanics of that world, and not in fact the layout of, you know, those levels, so to speak. Let's shrink the size of this a little bit, zoom in a little bit. Helps to squint the eyes a little bit sometimes. See if it's making sense in the old eyeballs. Like a white halo there that we don't really want. I'm sure to get rid of as much of that as possible. Otherwise that's going to look a little weird. And there's something not so white behind it. But it does look like it's receiving a white light from the back, or from those windows. Something to that effect. Oh, it's pretty good. Just still getting sort of a white yellowish rim on it a little bit, isn't it? I'm just getting a little bit here. I think there's a way to move this without clicking, but I can't remember how to do it. The unfortunate thing with this Wacom tablet that I have, I do really like this little thing. I got it for a pretty good price many, many years ago, but because it is so old, the software I don't believe is compatible with this version of Windows that I use, so I am as you probably noticed down here in the corner, the version of Windows that I'm using that is not activated. But who cares? Because it still basically works pretty much across the board for everything I want. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to say is that this Wacom tablet has like a bunch of little like hotkey buttons on it, but I think to be able to use them you need to have the Wacom software installed, and I don't think the software is compatible with Windows 10, and this is Windows 10, so yeah, you can, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but basically there's a bunch of little buttons right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a little wheel. I don't think these buttons really do anything. So that is what we're left with. But who knows? Maybe I'll figure it out one of these days. I'll grab some water real quick. All right, let's finish this. Finish cleaning up all these white spots that are sort of bleeding excuse me, that are bleeding through. And then take a little break, and then mess around with different possibilities of things to put out there. Maybe put other parts of the library out there. Do like a Inception, Doctor Strange kind of thing, like a library within a library folding in on itself, kind of thing. Or maybe we find something else to put out there. I think there's a couple different possibilities. So, that's interesting. Okay. Why is that doing that? Why there, of all places, are we getting? The light bleeding through. It's much more intense in that one spot. I think the best bet is just to kind of make it a bit thinner there. To kind of accommodate that. I think that's probably fine. It's not perfect, but who cares? More in here. Alright. What if we went with white? Two. On here. A little too thick here. Let's go even smallest size one. Yeah, that's pretty good. Don't mind that it's kind of semi-transparent. Have a lot of little bits of cleanup work to do down there, don't we? Might have been an easier way to do this, but actually I know for a fact that there almost certainly was an easier way to do this. I shouldn't say for a fact, but there had to have been. But I was not aware of how to do it, and so this is what I am left with. Everything is working. Working. And this is another one of those games that I was drawn to so much as a kid. This is Kirby's Dream Course for the Super Nintendo. There's just something about this game that just drove me crazy. In pretty much like all the best possible ways. It's just found it so inventive and so unique. And yeah, just so strange. I just really loved that game. It was one that I would just play a ton. It was one of those easy to understand, easy to kind of pick up and play, but very difficult to master kind of games. And just always seeing that there was something you could have done a little bit better, or, you know, stumbling across some little thing, being like, oh, I didn't think to try that, or that combination, that shot into that shot into that shot, using that power up. Yeah, it was always really cool in that way, and still to this day, I would rank it amongst my favorite, probably my favorite games of all time. I think it is truly a brilliant game. It's one of the games that's kind of become most synonymous with the Game Grumps, the YouTube channel, YouTube streaming channel, or gaming channel, and they've played the 2-player mode a ton, and even had their fan community make a bunch of levels for them in that game, and I did like watching it for a long time. I thought it was fun to watch them play the game quite a bit, but unfortunately after a while it did get a little tiring watching them, because it kind of felt as though, okay, you've played this game for what seems like hundreds of hours at this point, but you're actually not getting any better or making any progress in your skill, and I don't think that's necessarily the point of that channel. Is for them to be good at games, for them to be entertaining, but it was kind of frustrating at a certain point to hear the one person just screaming over and over and over repeatedly that they were losing, but they would keep making the same what felt to me like very obvious mistake, things that it felt like even they knew were not the right things to be doing, but they were doing them anyway. But it is a really fun series to watch if you're not a hardcore like me in Kirby Street Court, then I definitely recommend checking out the Game Grumps series on that game, because it is pretty entertaining. At the very least, the one where they play the regular default levels in the game. I'm going to erase these things, but I don't know why, because I'm probably just going to erase this person. I'm getting pretty close. Feel like we're getting pretty close. If I get this part done, I might take a little break. Well, I do want to take a break, but what I actually meant is I might put this down until another stream, but it would be kind of nice to just knock it all out in one stream. We did that with the last piece of artwork, and it did feel nice to just kind of knock it out and then just not have to come back to it. Plus, it was kind of nice to just knock it out and then a few days later be able to do the first stream, as I mentioned, the first the first stream I did on Broken Bread with the watch-alongs and commentaries and reaction of the films was the David Cronenberg short film Transfer, which if you're interested in checking that out, the Broken Bread channel is linked down in the description of this video or this live stream, whichever version you're watching. Just go down to the description below, and there is a link to the Broken Bread channel, and you can see the David Cronenberg Transfer reaction and watch along and discussion, and then yeah, playing some talking about it a bit afterwards, and then playing some games after that. But yeah, it was nice to get that done and then be able to do that first stream pretty soon after it. It did keep up a nice momentum, so I might just go ahead and do that today as well. Knock this out and allow that to be a nice one and done. Kill it and grill it. Phrase that I'm sure other people have said before, but I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say it. Sounds like something you'd say in fishing. Once you get a good catch, something you know you're going to keep, just kill it, walk over and grill it. Oops. I didn't stop the stream, did I? Nope. I almost did. I almost hit the stop streaming button here on my little stream controller. Make sure the levels are still good. A little loud on the music. Let's turn that down just a hair. Another X68000 track. For a game called Urotsukidoji. Urotsukidoji. Whatever that is. Zoom in here a little bit. Great music on the X68000. Something I noticed a lot with a ton of the music on the X68000 is a lot of the composers really went kind of nuts with the bass lines, the bass track on a lot of music on the X68000, because there must have been something about the sound chip could just do such a high range of different sounds and different simultaneous channels. So I feel like a ton of the music on the X68000 seems to have like these songs with these really overly elaborate kind of high soaring kind of synth parts, and then these very elaborate bass parts going simultaneously, which isn't as common in a lot of other music from a similar era. The sound chips weren't as able to handle as complex kind of stuff, I guess, but the X68000 must have been able to. No, I thought we were done, but we still got a little bit right here. That might be the last piece, actually. This section here. Maybe a little bit there. Oops. Yeah, a little bit of stuff right in here. this stuff around here. Stuff right around this table. And maybe a little bit. Yeah, we did this last window, but then yeah, a little stuff here. But yeah, we're getting real close. Happy with how this is coming together so far. You know, I'm sure we could have actually probably, now that I'm thinking of it, one of the ways we could have done this was using the, since we're really just going for a black and white color, as you can see from the layer mask. The turtle's going again. Let's skip that. I think that was the same song that we already heard. But yeah, the one of the ways that we might have been able to do this was use the color select tool or the magic wand tool to select all of the white parts and then add these white parts. Yeah, select all the white parts and then add them to the black parts, and then rather than do all this stuff by hand, I know there's like a color selection you can do. You know, select an entire color and then keep selecting pieces of it. Yeah, I think it's the select by color, not the fuzzy select tool, but the select by color. Could have potentially in the layer mask gone in, and anything that was white, tried to select, and keep adding to the selection, changing the range of the white stuff, and then once that was all selected, change that all black, but I don't actually know how to do that, so that's something I'll try for next time. It doesn't look very good, does it? Let's do this. Let's go white. Bring the size up just a little bit. Not there. A little too big. Or like that. Like that. And then go back to black. That's a little better. At least it's giving us a somewhat straight line. A little better. Yeah, looks pretty good. The Adventure of Hora High School. I think this is one of those kind of crazy games. But the music's good. I have not played this game. I do love this music. Oops. Yeah, but I do have the feeling that I've looked up the some still images of this game before and been like, ooh, okay. Glad I didn't do that on stream. Got some saucy stuff going down. Such a good tune though. Looking good, looking good. Almost there. I'm getting some residual white bits that I can see. Some more Mega Man music. This time we're... Wait, what's going on here? Is there a light here? Oh, there's a reflection of a light. I see. This is Mega Man 2 music. I think this music sticks in my head so much, not only because it's so good, but because it's one of the Mega Man songs that the band The Advance used to cover. I think that's what they were called. They were like one of the very earliest bands that I ever was aware of or knew about that covered video game music, and they would play at house shows and punk shows and stuff like that. And yeah, I remember, I think I had downloaded a video of them performing this before. Maybe we could pull it up. See if we can pull it up. Hold that. Keep going. What's the song? Mega Man 2, Bubble Man. The Bubble Man. Maybe that's not what they're called. If I just type Mega Man Bubble Man cover. Probably gonna be so many of them. Yeah, there's like a million billion of them. I wish I could remember what that was. I thought they were called the Advanced. Maybe they're called Advanced. I'm gonna take a break for a second because I think I might know how to find it, and I'll be right back. All right. I didn't find it yet, but I feel like I know how I can find it. Right, that all looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, it certainly could be more, you know, perfect, but I'm not going to really screw around with it. Let's fix that one little part right there. Cool, maybe not. Let it be transparent. Yeah, that's basically what it looks like. You know, if we allow the back layer to kind of shine through, we can see that there are a couple little spots that would need to be cleaned up. But so far, so good. Looks pretty good on the statue. Couple of spots on some of these windows. I mean, one of the things that's kind of the most obvious is that, you know, there's no glass in the windows, so we're not getting, you know, any of those reflections. You know, like the original image was kind of showing us, we're getting some of these light reflections here, which is kind of cool. I'm trying to think how we could maybe recreate that. I mean, we might even be able to almost just like fake them a little bit with some of the, almost copying the ones that are here. It might kind of work. But yeah, overall pretty good. I think we'll take a little break, grab a little snack, and then come back and finish this. Yeah. I don't think this needs to be, honestly, like too elaborate and too crazy. You know, too over thought out for this stream. I think this stream can be fairly simplified as far as I kind of imagine it. So, you know, this image I don't need to work on forever. You know, just these couple of hours. So yeah, let's take a little break and then we'll come back and yeah, finish this one out and then do one piece of artwork for a Sega Saturn game for the coinops collections, which is a game emulator software tool that I've been using for a couple months now, and then that will allow us to play some Beyond Oasis. Is that it? I don't know. Whatever. Well, whatever the title of this video says. Well, what does the title say? I don't even remember. So yeah, we'll take a break and then we'll come back. All right, see you in a bit.
Look at these niggas. Look at these. What? Look at these. What? Look at these. Oh, what? Look at these. What? Look at these. What? Fuck these niggas, y'all. Oh, fuck these niggas, y'all. Fuck these niggas. Fuck these niggas. Yo. Bitch, fuck these niggas, y'all. Look at 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 these niggas, y'all. On my rig, yo. I just take your bitch, I just take that rig, yo. Take her on the truck, lay it on her tongue, put it right there, bitch. Hit on with the drum, they gon' feel this shit. Driving like I'm drunk, but I'm out that lane. They just wanna fall, oh come lean on me. Y'all come back to the scene, I can't even see. Niggas envy me, bitch I'm MVP, yo. I forgot. Look at these. Look at these. What? Look at these. What? Look at these. Oh, what? Look at these. What? Look at these. What? Fuck these niggas, y'all. Oh, fuck these niggas, y'all. Fuck these niggas. Fuck these niggas. Yo. Bitch, fuck these niggas, y'all. Look at 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 these niggas, y'all.
Chopper with the stick, and it got the kick. Got a lot of kicks, make you do backflip. Yeah, I'm a walking lick. So that girl that I don't wanna fuck, tell her just lick. Lick. I cannot fuck you, no bitch, get the fuck on my whip. Yeah. Walk with your shorty, that 40, that's all on my hip. Pull up them 40s, that's all on my fit. I ain't got time to be calling no bitch. That's why I always be stalling the bitch. Don't wanna know more, I'm passing assist.
Hey, stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me.
Jump on the back, run from the pit, smoking that gas. You smell that me, front at my crib, met her and live. Laugh at these niggas, look at these bitches.
Look at these, what? Look at these, oh, go. Look at these, what? Look at these, what? Fuck these niggas, y'all. Fuck these niggas, y'all. Fuck these niggas, fuck these niggas, yo. Bitch, fuck these niggas, y'all. Look at 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 these niggas, y'all. Yo, snitch.
Yo, snitch ass nigga. Fuck these niggas, I forgot. I think they forgot.
Alright, gonna start back up in just a couple minutes. Gonna grab some more water and then we'll get going. All right. Should be back. Yep, everything's looking good there. Yeah, so now we just sort of figure out what we want to have. Whoa, that's cool looking. What we want to have back here. So yeah, we're gonna do. Alright, let's turn the music down. And get some upbeat stuff going here. This is a very upbeat track. I love this track. More SNES Jurassic Park. Alright, so one thing we want to do, let's get rid of this guy. We know we don't want him anymore. I think one way we could do this is using what's the heal tool? Is it this one? Yeah, healing tool. Okay. Oops. Yeah, just a little bit. It's gonna be a little tough to get rid of him, but we certainly can get rid of we can get rid of these parts. No, hold on. Let's go to the mask layer, and then we'll paint. We want black is what I'm gonna make. Yeah. If we do this at the very least, it will make it less kind of obvious. That maybe. Yeah, and then I think if we use... Oh wait, not on the mask, but on the regular. What if we just use the clone? What if we just use the clone tool? Okay, use the clone. And then what if we bump up the size a little bit, like so? And then we just... My gosh, very frustrating. Gonna do one of those. Does that do it? Certainly less obvious that there's somebody sitting there. And I think we would want... I think maybe our best bet is actually... Oops. Is sort of like... almost like that. That works surprisingly well. And then if we do like that almost. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're really looking, you can definitely tell that there's something there, but only if you're really looking, and it's going to be fairly small on the screen, hopefully. Yeah, I think it's probably good. More Zizek music. Zizek. It's not too loud for you. No, not too bad. Turn it up a little bit. Yeah, I really like the music for this game. It had some really standout tunes. If you ever want to look up this game, I know I was talking about it a bunch before, but it's Xexyz. That's why I said I could never remember exactly how to pronounce it. Xexyz. Kind of want to look it up and just see Xexyz game. See if there's ever known in Japan as Kame no Ongiyashi Urashima Densetsu. Oh my gosh, the name is so long. It's a 1988 video game published by Hudson Soft. I think it only ever came out on the NES. The SNES Drunk. Is it worth playing today? A retro gaming review by Cannot Be Tamed. I've watched some of their reviews before. Apparently the okay, so there is a pronunciation on this Wikipedia pronounced Zexyz or Zekis. Zexyz. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Zexyz. I always pronounced it Zezek. I mean, it's kind of all the same, but apparently that Japanese title translates to a little loud for me. To Turtles Repayment. Urashima Legend. Wow, that's pretty great. Gameplay, platformer, side-scroller. Oh yeah, there's platformer, side-scroller, and boss fight. ZX was met with generally positive reception from critics. However, public reception in Japan was mixed. In a poll taken by Family Computer Magazine, which I guess is Famicom, it received a score of 18.38 out of 30, which is not great. But Nintendo Power at the time gave it a 14 out of 20. Video Games and Computer Entertainment gave it a 6 out of 10. EGM gave it a 26 out of 40. All Game gave it a 3.5 out of 5 stars. Yeah, interesting. Doesn't have super high scores. I mean, I remember it not being an amazing game, but just definitely being drawn to it for all the reasons that I mentioned before. I think I'm going to mix up the music here just a little bit. So, Mix it up just a little bit. See how it's coming through on your end. A little bit loud. That should be good. So yeah, I mean the only place I'm noticing like a little bit of bleed through is around some of these window panes. Right here, you can see a little bit. The white still being there. Bit still there, bit still there. You know, our best bet would probably actually be just to we had a layer that was all just interesting. Like we're getting artifacts of the reflection there. I wonder if we just didn't erase something there and that's why that's coming through. Huh. Useful. Yeah, it's a really cool song. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it for now. I don't really feel like cleaning up any more of that stuff. So yeah, let's think for a sec the kind of thing we would want to maybe be on the outside, because, you know, I'm not really going nuts for like any of these images here, so to speak. Yeah, there must still be... I guess not. Yeah, it's interesting, like as soon as... Yeah, I guess there is like residual reflection stuff left there that I just didn't clean up and didn't realize I didn't clean up. But yeah, that's interesting. I kind of want to leave it and just sort of see what it looks like. So yeah, let's look and see. What would I want to be out there? I'm gonna have an idea of like something with like a waterfall. Waterfalls planet. Like some sort of planet that's just all waterfalls. Let's go with some bigger pictures here. I don't know why that's like the first thing that's coming to mind. Like something with like a ton of waterfalls. And let's think of the perspective, because it's almost like we would want it to be on like a similar perspective. We wouldn't want it to necessarily be like a photo that's like taken higher up or lower down, because we are looking at it from this kind of straight on. We'd want it almost to be from a similar kind of perspective. Like something like this wouldn't really work. I mean, we wouldn't want to use this anyway, but what is that from? Lost Planet, maybe the Lost Planet game. You know, we wouldn't want this because it's taken from like an aerial shot. So yes, something that's taken sort of straight on like this, maybe like that type of angle. Something kind of like this. Not really big enough, unfortunately. This is kind of cool. 6,000 by 4,000. Oh my gosh. So yeah, something from that kind of normal, not normal, but like level angle, not a low angle or high angle. Ape waterfall? Huh. Must be some kind of weird. All right. So, this is cool. Some sort of science fiction point sentinel, whatever that is. This is kind of cool. What is this called? Iguza Falls? Iguza Falls? Iguza Waterfalls? And then do this, large. Yeah, so something maybe like this one. That's pretty cool. And then we could do like yeah, open. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, we'd be scaling it down anyway, so it wouldn't necessarily matter that. Wow, those waterfalls are fucking insane. They're so cool. This is a cool track. Just turn it up a little bit. Yeah, this is good. We'll save it to the desktop. Go ahead and open it in here. Just drop it there. Convert it. That's very cool and very weird. I like it. So first thing, oh, smaller than I expected. Oh, we actually have to make it bigger. Interesting. Wait, how big was it? 1440 by 810. 1920 by 1080. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it is smaller. Oh yeah, because 2560 by 1440 is 2K. I was thinking 1440 was the first number that we're looking for. Sorry, my phone is making noises. Make sure it's not anything super important at this moment. Alrighty. So yeah, we're gonna have to scale this layer up. So layer, scale the layer. Go with, actually, let's move the layer around a little bit first. Let's see if we can get the waterfalls. We kind of almost got it to fill in there. It's kind of cool to get some, I guess some sky will come through once it scales up. So yeah, let's do a layer, scale layer, 125. What does that give us? Almost big enough. You might be able to cheat it with some more sky kind of up here. If not, kind of almost like the idea that it would be further away. Not really. Not really. Huh, it's funny how that little section right there in the middle almost looks like a Photoshop into it, like image edited into it. Yeah, almost something more like this. What does this give us? 1200 by 800. Probably not big enough. Place is absolutely beautiful. Very, very cool. This one is big enough. We'd have to saturate the colors a little bit and kind of missing out on the cloudy sky in the background, but not the end of the world. I don't like that cloudy sky though. Yeah, what about something like this? It needs to be at least like 1700 by something. Keep looking, keep looking. Is that big enough? No, it's on 1400. Something like this. No. It's got a little rainbow in it. It's big enough, but not really what we're looking for. Interesting. That one could potentially work. Or that one. An image and a new tab. Yeah, it's got like watermarks and stuff on it that doesn't. Yeah, they're kind of all over it. Iguazu Falls for people with disabilities. Why are you beeping? I'm not talking to you.
I searched the website. Just have the search is below.
See if my camera has stopped. No, it has not. I guess I activated the GOOGLE assistant on on this phone here, so did not mean to do that by trying to say this word here. 7 wonders. Yeah. This one's kind of cool. Sort of taken from a different perspective, but yeah, that one has stuff like in the foreground now. I think that's kind of what we're trying to avoid, is like stuff in the foreground, because it gives like a weird kind of perspective to it. You know, I think what works about photos, kind of like this, for example, is you don't have anything in the foreground like determining the perspective as much. So yeah, something. Yeah, this one could be cool. Yeah, let's see what this one looks like. Put that one in there. Get rid of that one. And then we try to move this one. Yeah, it's like the line of it's like the top of the falls would be like above the eye line, right? Because they're so much higher. So like this particular one could work. you know, this one here for that reason. But just like the size of the image doesn't quite work. It'd be kind of funny to have like a stock video like blank behind it of like a waterfall or something. I guess if it is a waterfall, yeah, that is kind of one downside. If it is a waterfall, it would be moving. So it would, yeah, maybe a waterfall's not great because then, yeah, then it's more obvious that it's like a photo. I didn't think of that just until just now. It's like a ancient. Where are the Mayans on a map? Mayans map. Okay, so the Mayans were out in like the Yucatan Peninsula, Mayan Highlands, Mayan Lowlands. So what if we went for like Mayan, they're not really called like temples, are they? Yeah, I guess they would be. Yeah, like just beneath the, I guess it's technically the biggest Mayan temple. It's like a pyramid. I've climbed this pyramid, which is pretty cool. Person is sitting in front of it. Somebody's rebuilt it in a Minecraft. Very cool. What's grassier and greener? Grassier and greenier. Let's go for some larger pictures here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. Would it be obvious? Oh, look at all these people. Secret chamber inside famous Mayan temple discovered. Wow, that's, and look at all these people there. Wow, that's so cool. Yeah, wow, it's bringing back memories from that. It's so incredible just to think that these buildings are still there in such condition. Couldn't believe. There's something where you could sort of see it'd be cool to have it where it's like the whatever the yeah, that's really cool. Whatever the structures are would be much smaller in the picture, almost kind of more like this. And these plants in the foreground. And that would allow getting to sort of move it around a lot more. and still be able to pick it up in the image a lot more. That one's kind of cool. I think it's really gonna work though. What I almost imagine, and I think what I was kind of imagining with the waterfall is something where it's like there's lots of little pieces of stuff sort of dotting the distance. So what could achieve that goal? These are like Mayan ruins, Mayan temples. Wow, that's really amazing. We just did Mayan ruins. Try that. And then it's pretty similar to what we were just looking at, but something. Look at this guy. Hey, look up there. But yeah, something like. I almost want like this picture, but from the ground and a little bit further away. What is this called? The call. Mayan call ruins. Yeah, so that's this. And then we want like tools. Yeah. This is in Guatemala. Yeah, so something like this could work. We just need it from a lower perspective. A lower vantage point. Sort of like this. That's the thing in the foreground now. Like as soon as you get lower, you lose all these different pieces. But there was this one. I don't want to say no to this one necessarily. Let's go open. A really, really cool picture. An amazing picture, in fact. Save it. And drag it into here. Get rid of that. And then move it up a little bit. Almost think we could get away with shrinking it just a little bit. Scale the layer down like 80%. And it almost still fit. We do lose this one behind this wall. But if we make it fit exactly. Let's do. I kind of like it. It's very strange. Yeah, very bizarre, but I do kind of like it in a strange way. And yeah, we are getting these bizarre reflections here. It is kind of making it feel like there are windows there. I don't know, I might just kind of leave that and not mess with it. Yeah, what if we did this? How do you skew an image? Forget. Just move, alignment, crop. Do like a transform, like a. Would it be a 3D transform? Or like, oh, or perspective? Let's try perspective. Shift key. That. Oh, oh. More like that. And that. Good transform instead. Oh, what happened? I even want to move this up a little bit. I don't know if that necessarily makes it look more accurate or whatever, but yeah, we'll leave it for now. And then, oops. And then it's kind of like this stuff on the inside. I almost want to, let's do this, let's duplicate this layer. And then colors wise, let's go with like hue saturation, because now I almost want to do, I don't want to like, oops, what am I doing here? Who's that color? Am I on the right one? Colors, hue and saturation. Like I almost want everything to like tint a little greenish. To like kind of match what's outside ever so slightly. Not quite that much, but just a little bit. I like that. And then I almost want the saturation to come up. So I can match the colors outside a little bit better. Yeah, that feels a little better. So what if we did that? Oops. And then we hit OK. And then what if we said... Go with... I can't remember what this is. It's not tone mapping. It's components, it is map. Color exchange. No, they're not color exchange. Colors, mapping, rotate colors. So we would want everything in the sort of yellowish range here to go into a greenish range. Not so much. Not so extreme. And not so extreme. No. No. Let me select all of it. That's kind of cool. Get a narrower. That's kind of cool. And then what's the gray threshold? Can't tell. Oh, I see. That's how much gray it's allowing through of that particular color. Invert range is the opposite. Let's see. Yeah, it's like I don't really want that much. I almost want those yellowish lights to go like a more blue color. I'm getting like a fun vibe off those being like more bluish, greenish. What if we did that? And then what if we did the color, rotate colors, and then this time we start with the yellowish, and then we're gonna go fairly small range. Doesn't really work, does it? We need yellowish colors. Yeah, that's actually closer to what I was thinking. Kind of almost something like that. Okay, there's a fly in my face. Now it's trying to go in my mouth. Awesome. All right. I was liking that last song. It's just a little bit too green. Just backing this part off ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Or do we go wider with it? Introduce more blues into it. I mean, we don't lose more of the floor, so to speak. It's back in my face. Awesome. It just keeps flying into my face. It keeps wanting to fly right into my face. Yeah, so if we leave, alright, so the source range, if we take in a little more red, it's going to get the stuff kind of under the tables. Then it's going to give us a very narrow range of this greenish yellowish. So we almost would want to sort of expand this out to a broader range of colors. Then if we went Saturation. Oh, I see. You can sort of saturate in the different directions. I don't really understand that. Put that back at 0. I see that little fly again. Buzzing around somewhere. All right. Sorry about that. See, I don't necessarily want it to go to such a broad and wide range. In fact, I sort of like the idea of it not being too extreme. I don't really want to mess with the gray threshold. I think the hue... Yeah, the hue is an interesting one because it doesn't really seem to be doing anything. Try the split view. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, it's very strange, but we'll keep it for now. And what's... I thought I saw like a lens, not a lens flare, but like is it a lens flare that I'm thinking of? Lens distortion. Okay, there was a lens flare that I just saw there. What is happening? There's all these little flies. Yeah, this is where I could change the lens flare position. Sort of thinking we could, if we could change the color of the lens flare. Let's do this. Let's create a new layer. Let's call it lens flares. And then we'll go to filter, light and shadow, lens flare. How can I not see it? Does it have to be a lens flare on something? Oh, that's interesting. I kind of want to, at the very least, kind of heal some of this color so that it matches up with this a little bit more. Heal full. Move the brush size down a little bit. Why are you doing that? It's the color picker. Is it this? Yeah, I believe it's this. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Just that. And then paintbrush. And then not quite that size. Alright. Oh. Kind of getting somewhere with this. Want it to bleed out there too much. Just, oops, nope, 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 nope. Just enough. Enough so there's not like a harsh, dark, yellow line at the outset, the outline. Oops. Do this, do that. No, 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 no. I just don't want that dark, dark yellow line right at the edge. Doesn't need to be perfect. Perfection is the enemy of good. It is the enemy of being finished. I would like to be finished at some point, at least in the next 20 minutes. And ideally, what we're going to go for is 10 minutes. You know what? I might even say screw it and just call this done, because I'm kind of just digging what it's doing. It's very bizarre, it's very strange, but I kind of like it. Kind of fun. But yeah, I might mess around with some more color stuff on it, but I think for now, I like this. So let's go ahead and do a save as into our, I don't want to save it into our desktop. I want to save it. I'm going to take a quick break so I can save this, and I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I was muted that whole time I was trying to do that. I'm going on a break for just a sec to pull this open. We'll use this one, and then we will add. We'll sort of figure out where we want our camera to be. So there, and then we're going to add a video capture device. We'll add existing, we'll add the camera, and then we're going to put this. Yeah. And then do something like that. Transform, flip horizontal. You know that the camera is flipped horizontally. And yeah, you put it somewhere. Oops, not like that. Shrink it down a little bit. Put myself on this table. Yeah, I think for now that could work. I think most likely when I do these streams, I'm not going to have I'm not going to be doing this size face cam that we're doing here. We're not going to do the like we're not going to do face cam. We're going to do probably more like a full body kind of shot. We'll use like a wide angle lens like this, but do it kind of more of like a medium to a full body shot, so I can sit and use my laptop, whether it be outside on the patio or around here in my room, or yeah, out on the couch. Yeah, just try and figure out a couple different options that's somewhere where I could still set up a cam, and then yeah, set up the cam, point it at me, and then yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So yeah, for now I think this is good. We'll go back to that. I'll do that, turn that off, and then this. There we go. So bring that down. All right, so this one is done. Hit save on it. And now we do a quick Sega Saturn art. I've gotten definitely faster at these, so let's see if we can get one open. I don't even have one here from before. That's from a month. Saturn wall. Yeah, let's open that one. Okay, cool. So this is Saturn wall. Thought there was, yeah, so that's a lot. Oh, okay, cool. So that's that case. All right, so first thing, so we're gonna do this for so yeah, so you can see how this is set up. Coinops collections, coinops collections. So this is coinops. This is how coinops is sort of laid out. We're going Sega Saturn. And the game... What did we say the game was? I think I already downloaded all the artwork for it, so let's just check that out. Got that in pictures, coinops images, and then yeah, so we got this one, this one, this one. Oh, those were all Beyond Oasis. We want the ones for probably I got ones for not Beyond Oasis, but look back here and see. See if we happen to stumble across. I could have sworn I had gotten the North American box art and all this stuff for what is this one? No, that's Skeleton Warriors. Huh, yeah, I could have sworn I had gotten it. Maybe I'm just not seeing it here. Hulk Slash. Off-World Extreme, Soviet Strike. Legend of Oasis, I believe, is the name of the game. Because Beyond Oasis is the Sega Genesis game. But yeah, I'm not seeing it, and I could have sworn that I had downloaded it. That's very interesting. Got Winter Heat, Outrun Shinobi, golf games, Police Knot, Hulk Slash. I really love this Hulk Slash art. That's really cool. Yeah, Bulk Splash, Cotton, this game that I can't remember the name of because it's in Japanese, Mighty Hit, Dungeon Master Nexus, Magical Hoppers, Amok, Fear, Bug. Very funny that I don't see it here. I guess I didn't get it. So yeah, let's get it now. So HFS display. This is Saturn games, and then I think it's called Story. So it would be under S. But actually that works out. We're almost at S. Story. It's called The Story of Thor 2. Let's see. CR now. SC. What did I miss here? Maybe it's The Story of Thor. Story of Thor. Story of Thor 2 for the Saturn. Yep, here we go. Here's some art. Watch, I'm going to try and download this box and it's going to say I already have it. So this is the North American box art that we want. Save image as. Save it. Oops, I don't know where I just saved it. Save image as. Coinops images. Yeah, I guess I never downloaded it. This is cool. not really going to be useful, but cool. And the game in North America is called The Legend of Oasis, so we will get this logo. Save it. Yeah, I guess I never got any of this stuff. What is the video? Let's see how good the video is. Yeah, the video looks good. Go ahead and get that. Save video as MP4 already, which is perfect. I could have sworn I got all of these. I know I got this, because this isn't, that's from Story of Thor 1. I already got a better version of that. Story of Thor 2. So yeah, now I know why this is called Story of Thor 2, is because the Beyond Oasis on the Mega Drive, Sega Genesis, is Story of Thor 1. Alright, cool. So now we got that. We can... let's grab this one too. I think we already have a clearer version of this, but we'll just grab it anyway. So, what we want now is we'll take away Amok. So this is our... Yep, that's the piece with the shadow, which is exactly what we want. We'll leave Amok there for a second. That's our dual case shadow. We want our oh yeah, once we've pasted the other one in there, we can give it a drop shadow. Cool song. And the camera's getting low. I might actually go ahead and just turn that off for now. So I'm gonna drop the camera. This is the last time you'll see me for tonight. Goodbye. Alright, so the first thing here, we want the box art for this. Here we'll drop it in. And I forget what scale we need it to be at. Layer, scale layer, to 25%. I think that might be too big. Yeah, 25% is still too big. Alright. Put it over there, and then layer. Scale it to, let's try 20%. think that's right. Might be. Perfect. Test is shadow. Give us the full coverage that we want. Seems as though it does. Yeah, looks pretty good. So now we can get rid of the muck that is behind it, and then sorry about that if that came through. Did not mean to sneeze into the microphone. So then what we want to do is, first things first, we probably want to change the exposure a little bit. It's a little, yeah, it feels like the black levels are a little too dark. Yeah, it looks a little better. And then I think the colors saturation could probably come down just a little bit. Try and match the rest of the scene. I don't think we want them. I don't want them quite down here, but somewhere like right. That's too low. Just sort of right in there. Seems good. And then now we would do a filter. No, we would make this the image size so we can do a drop shadow on it. That would do that. And then I've heard this song before. Bow, 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 bow. Good one. Wow, this channel. Wow. That's cool. Oops, not that much. Not that much. Yeah, do that. The radius down a little bit. I want it to be like that. And turn the opacity down just a little bit. Looks good. I'm happy with that. Then we just need to add in the logo, which is not here, but in fact here. Put that there. Yep, invert it. Slide it up above all the other stuff. The layer, scale layer to probably like 50%. Probably needs to be even smaller than that. Scale layer to 40%. Okay. Still a little big. Let's go with 35%. Let's see what I did with the muff logo. Yeah, it's about the same size. Go with scale layer to go with 33. Kind of put it right there. And then we could do a layer to image size. And to do a drop shadow. Oh, way too much. Yeah, that's pretty good. I want the colors. The colors on that are really saturated. Yeah, let's turn them down just a little bit. Saturation. Just ever so slightly. Yeah, that looks better. And then I don't want to move it. Cool. So then that allows us to the file export as coinops collection, and then collection Sega Saturn, needing artwork. And we'll go with cabinets, right? Yeah. And then it's going to be called Legend of Oasis. Now we just need to remember that everything is going to be called Legend of Oasis. Yep, this is the cabinet. Export. And then let's also do one where we get rid of that, get rid of that. I'd like to make an alternate one for folks that like that. There is a big community of people that use coinops, and so when I make this artwork, I like to also share it in the community Discord. So other people can use these if they so choose. So yeah, let's do that, and then oh yeah. So then the next one is so let's open this one. Oops, open with GIMP. Oh, okay. There we go. And then we would do a I think it looks fine as is. Honestly, we don't even probably need to do this. Just look down for the Saturn one. Here we go. Saturn marquee template. And then let's drag in the convert. Add up there. Layer. Scale layer. 50%. And then we would, same thing as before, do a layer to image size, so we can do a filter, do a drop shadow, do like that, turn down the blur radius a little bit. I think you can negative row radius. Well, yeah, that's pretty good. So then we would do a file, export as, and then here we would do a, we go to collections. Okay. Apparently the OBS stopped and then it reconnected, so we're gonna let it, seems to still be working. Just gonna do a quick double check everywhere I can. Click this button. Yep, seems to be still working. Sorry about that. Got a little pop-up warning there that it had stopped, but now it is apparently back. So this one is Legend of Oasis Alt, because I don't personally love that marquee look. I have created a slightly sorry, this keeps disconnecting. I'm not really sure what's what's happening. Might just have something to do with a lot of these things being open. Let's just close some of these and see if that tends to help. It might have been like a processor kind of overload type of situation. Seems to be resolving the dropped frames situation a little bit. Numbers going down, which is great. That's what we want. So yeah, it might have been like a CPU issue. So sorry about that. We don't need this one anymore, so let's just go ahead and hit save and close it. So this marquee with the Legend of Oasis. Only difference is we're going to move that ever so slightly. Yeah, there. File, export as. And then this is the one that I actually prefer a little bit. Legend of Oasis.png. And then do a this under marquee. Yep. Export. Export. And then the reason I prefer this one is that all of the other default marquees for the consoles are controllers. And then the one for the Saturn, they decided to use this one. And I think this is fine. I think it looks pretty cool, but I actually prefer the controller. So I found these really high res images of controllers and I decided, yeah, go for it. And I also sort of like that this one has a blue start button on the controller. I think this is a Japanese controller. But I just liked that blue because I thought it matched well with the blue of the other Saturn stuff. So that's marquee. And then the last thing would be the, well, let's just double check here. Sega Saturn, medium artwork. The cabinet's good, cab, no. It would be a cover. We got the logo, marquee. Oh yeah, and then we got to drop in the video. So, yeah, cover's the one that I always have a funny time with because, let's do this. Let's hit file, save, and this can get closed. File, save. No, we don't really need to save that. But then, yeah, let's just scroll through here. Find one of the covers. Yeah, here's the cover template. Open that, and then this can get closed. And then what that means is we can open up our covers. Nope, not our covers, our coinops images. And we can look at our, well, what is the resolution difference? This is 1280 by 1340. Yeah, this one's a little higher resolution. This is, yeah, let's drag this one into here and then convert it and then put it on top. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. I think if we just kind of if we were to do it. I mean, we maybe would even want to like zoom it in a little bit. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see what both of those look like. Duplicate the layer and then layer, oops, scale layer to like 125%. Sort of like that. And I kind of even want to go like a little bit more. Layer, layer. 140. Yeah, what if we did layer transform, flip horizontally? Because like this kind of area gets cut off, and then this area is covered by like a bunch of stuff. So this might just be like a generally kind of better framing. I don't even think you're going to see the eyeball of that creature there. Kind of like that, maybe? Yeah, let's see what it looks like. Let's do an export as collection, and then Sega Saturn, medium artwork, cover for, keep forgetting what it's called, Legend of Oasis, export, and then cool. I like the sort of graininess, the like actual printing of the ink onto the cover, or maybe it's just the, yeah, I think that's what it is. Whatever it is, the sort of gradius and the gradient, really cool. You can actually sort of see the dotting. I think it gives it like a neat look. So yeah, Legend of Oasis. The whole appears to be good, and we're dropping very few frames, which is awesome. Just double check the stream one more time, make sure it's good. Yep, appears to be working. So the volume levels are good. Yep, seems to be good. As far as I can tell. So that should be good for everything, right? Oh, the video needs to be in there. So what we would do is we'd take the video we downloaded. Where did that go? Go to like corporate section. Yeah, here it is. Legend of Oasis. And cut it here, and then it would get dropped into the Legend of Oasis cover got put in there, right? Yeah, Legend of Oasis is there. And then video would get dropped into here. And then we got both the marquees, we got our logo. Did we get our logo? I don't think we actually did. No, we did not. So we need to copy, and then well, let's change the name of it first here to Legend of Oasis. We can actually just cut and paste. Legend of Oasis. And then that should be everything. We got cabinets. Tabs don't change. Cover. What we got the logo. We got the marquee, and we got that video. So now you can see what this will look like. I don't know what theme it's set up in right now. We'll just go ahead and launch coinops. Hopefully this doesn't completely overload the computer. So yeah, we'll go to Sega Saturn. And then it should be under L. So this is all of the different games. You can see the artwork for the cabinet there on the left, which in this case is a television. And the artwork for the logo, which is here on the right-hand side. And it's scrolling through all the different logos. That's cool, Dark Savior artwork. Like that. And then the video, which plays on the screen. And then the cover art, which is then behind all the logos on the right-hand side. So let's go down to L. Oh, we forgot probably the most important part, which is like that. We forgot the game, so we got to go in here. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, let's try that again. So now we go back to Sega Saturn. Got our game loaded. Go down to L, which we can do by going through all the letters. And there's the Legend of Oasis. The artwork appears. Yeah, we got the artwork appearing behind. And we got not really loving sort of the word I'm looking for. I'm not really loving the perspective of that artwork. But otherwise it's working. We got the logo. We got the video. We got the cover. And we'll test out the cabinet here in just a second. But yeah, let's fix that cover first. I'm not loving that. So this is what we were left with. You could sort of see this part of the image down here a little bit if I was to don't remember what zoom I did. I think I would want to pull the zoom back a little bit. All right, let's do this. First of all, let's duplicate this layer. And then we would transform the layer to flip horizontally. And then it's really not that much of a zoom. So let's go with scale layer 100 and go with 115 and see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit better. We don't want it to be so zoomed in. Kind of more like that. And then maybe down here we would do where. Yeah, we don't want him to be so low in the image. Let's pull it up just a little bit. Like that. Let's just export to that and let's just see what it looks like. Because it might not look good, but it might. Go over to Saturn. And then L. Oops. Yeah, that actually looks okay. You do get a little bit of the logo down there in the bottom left, but I think ultimately that's fine. It's not a big deal. Can't really tell what it is, to be honest. And you can read the logo a little bit more clearly now. None of these really have a drop shadow. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Cool. Let's test out the other. So there are other themes in coinops, and the way those work is you go to your coinops, the main part of your build. You go to advanced configs, and then we're going to try the marquee theme. We run that bat, change the theme, run coinops again. Actually, haven't run the marquee theme in a while. Come on over here to Sega Saturn, which is under S. Probably could have gone the other way. And then, yeah, you can see this is my sort of updated marquee that I prefer with the controller. This is the original. And then we'll go up to L for Legend of Oasis, which looks pretty cool. And then, yeah, we'll back out, and we will also test the advanced configs, and one of my personal favorites, which is the wall theme. Run the bat, run coinops again. And then in this one, we scroll up and down to get to the different systems. We go to our Sega Saturn, and then we would scroll through the game. So this is the different walls. So this is the one I made for Amok that you saw before. You can see the logo down in the bottom right. The game case, the North American game case, then sitting on the TV in the top left, and then the video playing on the screen. So then we would go, probably not hearing any of the sounds, because I think I have the sounds turned off on the screen. But yeah, there's Legend of Oasis. I don't have the logo quite as low as they have it, but yeah, you can see the box art that we made up there on top, and then the logo down in the bottom right. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. The logo does look a little, or not the logo, but the game case does look a little bit washed out, but you know, that's okay. It's fine. Not the end of the world, but ultimately I am pretty happy with it. I think it turned out pretty good. And so, yeah, we'll take another quick break, and then we will come back, and looks like we're only going to get to play a few minutes of this game, but I'm excited to give it a quick little try. And then yeah, we will end for the night. So, all right, I'll just let this hang, and I will be back in a bit. Actually, I think I can turn on the sound for you too here. Let's see. Go to OBS, and on this, should be able to hear the sounds now.
you.
Alright, so let's, a couple little things I want to do here. I want to, so let's go to the game. This should work. I do have a Sega, oop, jumped out of our main thing here. I do have a Sega Saturn controller. You've watched one of my last couple of streams. I had found a. I was at a place down in Newport News, and they had one of these types of Sega Saturn controllers that I was thinking about getting. They had the wireless version, made by 8-Bit Do, I think. Retrobit, I'm sorry. The Retrobit Sega Saturn controller. I was going to get a wired one, but they had wireless ones for much cheaper than they had them online. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll get one and try it out. And you know, they had good return policy, so if it didn't work, I could always just take it back. But I'm going to hook that up so I can configure the controls to play on the Saturn controller. I hope you could hear me talking. This thing is a little bit loud, so I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. Probably couldn't hear much of what I was saying before over the games and stuff, so I apologize. That should be a good volume, good comparison volume, hopefully. So, what we do is we come back in here. Okay, this is working. So, what do we do? We go down to the Saturn, and then we go over to L, go to Legend of Oasis, and then I think the only thing we need to do is just configure the input device. Port 1 controls. So it's set up for a 3D control pad, which we want it to be set to a regular control pad. And then so we just got to set up the so it's set up currently for the Xbox controller. So let's set it up for oh, that's the map port. And then oh yes, we want to set it up for we set it up to not be going to the Xbox controller. What if we say we want up to be let's set up for control pad, which we want. So let's save Again, new map file. Let's see if it'll even accept any of these inputs. I don't think it will, but let's find out. Let's start. Nope, not accepting that. It is only wanting to accept the generations ago. Yeah, the Xbox controller. So how do we do this? Settings, video input. Port 1 controls. Okay, so it's choosing the wired controller. Control 2. Interesting. We want this. Oh, it's working. Okay. So then we would want to, yeah, that's working. So then for BAYX, so now the weird thing is that it's choosing strange buttons here. Port 1 control. Okay, so this button we want to be this, right? Okay, so, huh. A, B, X, Y, Z, C. Okay, no, these are what we want the, these are the Saturn controls. Okay, so B button we want to be this. A button we want to be this. Y button we want to be this. X button we want to be this. Mode switch we want to be this. Start button we want to be this. Z button we want to be this. C button we want to be this. L button we want to be this. R button we want to be this. Yes, that is correct. So now we go back and then we go to this, we go to this, we go to quick menu, we go to controls, manage, now port 2. Why is it doing that? think I get it. Delete game remap file, save game remap file. And then I think that worked. Cool. Seems to be it seems to be working. New game. Yeah, I'm excited to try this. Dear Leon, you've endured hard lessons, taught you all I know of fighting art. We live in a peaceful coexistence with the spirits of Oasis. But without a spirit king, peace cannot be realized. The golden armlet I gave you is the symbol of the spirit king who governs the powers in Oasis. Proof you are the protector, controller of the spirits, origin of all things. Oh. Your power marks you as the next king of spirit. You must go to the water shrine and befriend Dito, spirit of water. Spirit of water has great healing power. He will aid you throughout your long journey. Cool. The ascension to Spirit King will be arduous. The recent hardships you have endured are the beginning. Return to the village after you acquire the aid of a spirit. Oh, okay. This is cool. Okay, so I can jump. Oh, wow. I like that. Attack animate. Ooh, cool. Holds the attack. Weapon. Okay, that's how I can change weapon. Mode select. No, don't want to do that. Pause. So attack, jump, and then change weapon if I could. Can I sleep? Let me sleep. This is already very cool. How would I talk to you? Don't want. Okay. I used to run a lot when I was young. If you're in a hurry, quickly press the D-pad twice in the same direction. Oh, okay. So you can run. Oh, wow. I love the animations. They're really cool. Nice weather for your departure, isn't it? Yeah, I guess. Seems nice. Yeah, I'm loving the aesthetic and the visuals, and yeah, it's very cool. Use the circle of record frequently. See, there's one over there. I do see that. Hello. What's written on the stone obelisk? I don't know, let's find out. Obelisk of knowledge. Return to the circle of records to record your actions. Okay, so that's how I save. Wow. Whoa, this artwork is so cool. Hit the switch and the door will open. Did you know that? I did not know that, but I appreciate you telling me. This one? Here sleeps Dito, the water spirit. Oh wow, I'm already here. In the water. And if the door closes again, can I go? Okay, go this way. Little hard to read the different layers of everything, but so far so good. And jump on that. Okay, and that allows me to jump up here. And that allows that to start moving. Hopefully I can get on it. very cool. Ooh, what's this? Each giant ginger. Leon grows. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh! I've become giant. What do I do now? Jump down here. I'm a giant boy! Wow, I love the animation. So cool. Uh-oh, some big rats. Are they evil? Look out above. Oh my gosh! Get away from me! Get away from me! Okay, so bigger attacks with the charge. Try and get close. See what happens. See what happens. Not getting any closer. Maybe he's learned his lesson. Oh, that's it. I thought there was one more. Oh. This is where I came from. It was like a spinning attack that I did. I don't even know how I did that. Okay, so it's like a jump kick. Oh, they're hiding. They're burrowing. Oh, that one caught on fire. Oh, these ones have weapons. Get out of here! Thank goodness. I don't know if I'm supposed to put this candle out. Doesn't seem like I can. I'm digging this game so far, though. Can't take those down. Okay, so if I get up there, I should be able to, like, jump across. So that one rat fell down there. I don't know if I'm supposed to fall down there. Doesn't really seem like there's anywhere else to go. See how the volume levels are. Probably come up just a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna take the risk and jump down here. Oh my gosh, rats everywhere. Get wrecked. Whoa. There's like different moves you can do. I don't know how to do any of them. How do I keep doing that? There we go. It's like a forward-backward kind of thing. If something happened, I think that I knocked out all those. Oh gosh, what the heck? Oh my gosh, that guy's huge. Alright, that move is very powerful. Good to know. So, big rock here, now I can jump up here. Obelisk of technique. Special attack, spinning edge with a short sword equipped. Rotate to the D-pad and press B. It said press B. I think I might have this button programmed in incorrectly. Oh gosh. I became a giant again. Oh, almost fell off. There we go. So the pot can help me reach a high place. There we go. Get there, get there, get there, get there, yes! Ooh, short bow, level 1. Press the Z button to call the item window and press left for equipment change. See, I have these buttons backwards. here so I can change the bow. We just have unlimited arrows? That's pretty cool. Oops. Fell down. That's alright. Yeah, these buttons aren't set up properly because I'm pressing Z now and that's not playing that up, but C does. Is there another place to get to? Like if I push the pot, down. I could have sworn there was another. No, it came from here. Oh, did I? What I opened this? Ooh, look at all this cheese! Look out above. Oh, so that must have appeared from when I took out this other guys before. Little secret areas. Okay, and that's where I came from. Okay, and you can sort of run diagonally. When you, as you're running, you can kind of change direction. Okay, that's cool. Good to know. I won't let you advance any further. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first things first, let's save, and then second things first, let's see if we can figure out this control one more time. Settings, input, menu controls, port 1 controls. Got this set up here, Xbox 360 wired controller number 2. And then EAXY Z2. Yeah, so it has things mapped out in a sort of funky way. Why is this EF? So that's the key on the keyboard, I see. So A and B just need to be reversed, right? And then Z and C need to be reversed. Oh, okay, so now it's changing all the inputs in here as well. Interesting. And, where did I go for this? Oh, this is B. This is A. This is Z. This is C. 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back. Don't want menu controls. Menu controls. Put 1. So the A button should be the A button. The B, this button should be B button. This button should be the A button. This button should be the Y button. Uh-oh. Y button. This button should be the X button. This button should be the L button. This button should be the R button. Be a missing one. Oh wait, it was like the triggers were Z. So this should be the C button. This should be the Z button. And then that should be the L, and that should be the R. And then I think if we go back, manage, delete game, save game remap file, back it out. So now C and Z are reversed. So this should be the B button. This should be the A button. This should be the Y button. This should be the X button. This should be the V. This should be the C. B, A, Y, X. Z, and C. Yep, I believe that's right. And then that means we should be, and then L and R, yep. And then delete, and save, and that, and then that, and then that. Now C and Z are still backwards. Oh, it's because when I delete the game remap file, it changes the... I see, okay. So it must automatically update the game remap file. Let's try this one more time. This should be the B button. This should be the A button. This should be the Y button. This should be the X button. Yep, button. And this should be the Z button. This should be the C button, L and R. And then if we go back, yep, that worked. Oh, okay, so now C is done. Not really crazy about that. Right trigger is also. If those controls are correct. I mean, they should be, because B is now hacked. So then go back, go to save state. Won't let you advance any further. Okay, cool. I think that should work. So this is pretty cool. I'm really excited for how this turned out. I'm happy with what if I do this? Start and select. Cool. So yeah, I'm happy with how that turned out for that particular game. I think the artwork looks good. And yeah, I think we did a good job on the artwork, and I think we did a good job on our other artwork too. So this turned out to be a pretty long stream, but it was a lot of fun. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please click the like button and click the subscribe button, the big red button below. If you want to see more streams, you know, just screwing around doing different stuff, then click the subscribe button and then click the notification bell when it pops up and say I want to be notified by all things from this channel, and that will notify you when we put up new videos or go live. And then yeah, we'll also do a some other stuff regarding you know, the other channels. As I mentioned, the Broken Bread channel is in the description of this video, so please click on that and follow the streams and the streams that we do there. And then yeah, comment down below if you want to see me play some other games. If you want to see more of this game, then comment below and talk about that. I probably will play the original version, the Sega Genesis, Beyond Oasis, a little bit first, just because I'm kind of excited to check that out and see what that's like. But yeah, again, thanks for watching. This is a lot of fun, and I'm really glad